Bonjour. Ah, ça, moi je passe sur la bonne sortie, ok. Bon, s'en fout. Bon, bah, je vais retester là-bas. Oh, c'est quoi ça? C'est quoi cette connerie? Hello. Bonjour. C'est encore mieux. Il n'y a plus de son. Du tout. De mieux en mieux. Bonjour. 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 Ok, maintenant il y a du son, mais ça reste assez bas. Bonjour les vagues. Bonjour. Bonjour, bonjour. 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 On démarre à quelle heure? Bonjour. Un. Bonjour. Bonjour le Sparks. Ouais, même là, ça va pas fort, quoi. Écoute, on va tester avec le.
Je suis en train de mettre les dossiers dessus. Ouais. Mais je vous entendais. Le truc, c'est que j'ai coupé le bruit de la mer. Tout le bruit de la mer. Baisse ton master au cas où. Parce que j'ai un bruit de fond, quoi. Je ne veux pas que tu vois que c'est un la moins important. Ah, mais je le fais. Après, c'est peut-être le parleur qui fait le bruit. Ouais, je suis sur YouTube.
Eh, eh, ok, ok. Eh, eh. Mic check. Eh, mic check. Eh, mic check. Eh, eh, ok, test. Eh, 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 mic check, mic check.
1, 2, 1, 2. Good morning. Good morning, everyone.
Yes.
1, 2, 3.
Yes.
Thank
Testing. We'll just let the last people take their seats, and we'll get started. Can everybody hear me well? In the back? Okay. Good morning, everyone. For those of you that don't know me, I'm Rosanna West. I'm the manager of the Higher Education Institutions Initiative, and it's my great pleasure to welcome you all to part 2 of the our pilot phase conclusion event. It was great to have the chance to catch up with you and reconnect last night over some drinks, and I just want to say a big shout out to the organizers of the event for these 2 wonderful venues. Okay, so in front of me we have partners from cohorts 1, 2, and 3 of the HEI initiative. It's really wonderful to see all of your faces here today, and of course representatives from key stakeholders for the initiative, from the EIT, from the Commission, and also from relevant stakeholders working within the European landscape. And it really reminds me of how much we have already achieved over the past few years, and the fruitful connections that have been made within this wonderful community. I'm personally very grateful to have had the chance to have been along for most of the ride of the pilot phase, and to have witnessed this room of change-making innovators in action. And I'm sure you've only just got started. That being said, I'm going to ask us to start the day with a boost of positive energy and ask everyone to give themselves a big round of applause for those achievements. So I'm going to be your MC for today. You'll be bored of the sight of me by the time we finish. But we're going to kick things off just going through the programming, the agenda, make sure you all know where you need to be and when, and just some general housekeeping. So you should be able to see the agenda on the screen behind me. There we are. Okay, so you've already done the registration bit, very well done. And now we are going to be jumping into this morning's welcome remarks. So we have key stakeholders from the EIT, from DG AAC, and from the HI Initiatives Coordinating KIC, EIT Raw Materials, who will be giving us those welcome remarks this morning. And then we're going to jump into our first panel discussion. This is going to be a panel discussion where we invite policy experts to delve into the role of HEIs and the EIT HEI initiative in driving innovation and entrepreneurship forward. We will then have a 30-minute coffee break, which will be held here down on the ground floor, before we come back and we hear from today's keynote speaker, Dr. Valtencir Mendez, who is Chief of Education at UNESCO Regional Office. We're really excited to have him here today, all the way from Chile. And he's going to give us an overview of the need for innovation and transformation of the higher education ecosystem at the global level. We're then going to go into our lunch break. No, our second panel, sorry. Our second panel of today. And this is where we will hear from some HI initiative projects and experts connected to those projects who will discuss the current needs and future trends in European higher education. We will then break for lunch, which will be downstairs here. And after lunch, we will be moving the programming upstairs to the futuristic part of this venue, which is very cool when you see it. So we will start the afternoon programming with the poster and networking session. So all of you HI Initiative projects have prepared a poster that gives everyone else an overview, an opportunity to learn more about what you're trying to do and your achievements so far. So this is really an opportunity for you to wander around those posters, check those out, and get chatting with the other projects and the community. Okay. It will then be time to attend your selected topic presentation. So you all have numbers on your lanyards, on your badges. If you selected a topic, that's the topic that you will be going to see. If you didn't select a topic, we have allocated you to one. So please follow the number on your badge, and there will be staff upstairs showing you where to go. These topics will cover themes such as institutionalization, knowledge triangle integration, and smart specializations. Okay, we will then finish the programming for today hearing from a very important person, the head of the HAI initiative, Dr. Dolores Volkert, who will be closing the programming for this afternoon. And then we will get to the fun bit, which is the networking drinks, and we will close at the end of the networking drinks this wonderful event. So just a couple of further housekeeping points. I hope you've all been exploring the attendees list on the B2B, the B2Match platform. I think we have 60 meetings already set up. You would need to take those meetings upstairs in rooms 2, 3, and 4. If you need someone to guide you, there'll be people around to guide you. And if you still would like to schedule a meeting with people within the app, you can do that. And it will be open until after the event for some time, so you can continue connecting on there. Okay, finally on the screen, you will see 2 QR codes. Soon. There we go. So these are the QR codes to the EITHI Initiative's LinkedIn and X platforms. If you don't follow us yet, please do. And we really encourage you to engage online throughout the event with each other, post, share, comment, all of these things. And we have a hashtag for today. I don't know if it's here. It's not here. It's hashtag HEI pilot phase. Yep, I got that right. So please make sure to use our hashtag when you are posting. Okay, I think that's it for the housekeeping. So I won't keep you any longer. I think we should dive into this morning's programming. And it's really my honor to welcome to the stage Norman Poppins, who is Deputy Director General at DG AAC, and he will offer us his welcome remarks on behalf of the European Commission.
Thank you, our Mrs. MC. Good morning, everybody. Nice to see so many of you here today in presence. I'm very happy and very honored to open this event, which concludes the pilot phase of the CIT initiative, Higher Education Initiative. And I will start by saying thank you. I think that's normal for the opening speech, right? So a big thank you to the European Institute of Technology, everybody there, including the governing board, the management, the whole team for this initiative. Thanks to all the knowledge and innovation communities, because all of you have participated in this initiative, have committed to that. Particularly, I'm happy to see that 359 higher education institutions have been part of this, which means, indeed, this is interesting for our universities and academic institutions. Thank you for this. And of course, I see also that more than 200 different partners from NGOs, local regional authorities, businesses have also joined this initiative. I think, you know, when I joined DG AAC in January, since then I've been having a lot of discussions internally and with our stakeholders, particularly on some of our instruments, as we call them, the European Institute for Technology, the Marie Skłodowska-Curie program. The discussion is, are we part of research or innovation? Are we part of education? I think it's a nonsense discussion in a way, because those two ecosystems are intertwined. They are interlinked. I mean, we all know that Europe has many challenges. Not Europe, the world has challenges. We have to go through different transitions, green, digital, industrial. All that is in front of us if we want to survive, because now I think it is about survival already for our next generations. And in order to achieve those goals, we need innovation and research. We need the cross-cutting, you know, the high-level, excellent researchers to do this research to actually help make us think differently about unimaginable things. But we also need to land the research through the innovation ecosystems and to implement some of these solutions to make sure that indeed the cities who want to be climate neutral know what to do and can develop concrete action plans. But eventually, it's all, I think, about people. It's all about giving Europeans the prosperous and resilient and sustainable future. So that we should remember. And in this context, of course, Europe has a good history of different research achievements, but it also has gaps, because we know, and where I come from the world of cohesion policy, there are parts of Europe which really don't know what innovation and research exactly means. And this is something which we need to bring forward. And of course, for me, I think, and for many people, research and innovation systems, they don't start from zero. I think mostly they start from our higher education ecosystems. And I think the universities and our institutes and other academic institutions are in the front also of research and innovation. Of course, there are other research organizations which do the work. But for me, this connection between the two ecosystems is key to our success. It's true that universities and academic institutions have a lot of experience and background, but the world is adjusting and developing very fast. So this feedback from the industry, businesses, local and regional organizations, people out there on the ground is very important. And this is what this initiative is about. It creates that link and it enhances that link and actually shares the knowledge from both sides. I think this is what is beautiful about this, that it's not just about projects, and there are impressive results and outputs, as we call them, and my colleagues, I'm sure, will tell you. We have 90 million, we have many projects, we have trained students, professors, and so on and so forth. But it's not just about numbers. It is about this permanent connection which we are creating. We are creating community, and we are creating this permanent feedback between those two ecosystems, making them basically as one. And that is what is very important. And this is why I think it's very good that this initiative will continue also in future, because I think the conclusions of this pilot phase are very, very positive. So we want this initiative to continue. We want to keep working with everybody involved to make sure, again, that the future is bright. Because, and if you look, and just a few words about this education ecosystem. In fact, I'm sure some of you have noticed the PISA results. You see, in Europe, there are 30% of youngsters who think that 2 + 2 is 5. They don't know how to count. There are 26% of young people in Europe who cannot read. Of course, without counting and reading, you can still do many things, right? But this is not, I think, for the future very good, because for future, if we want to go through all these transitions that we are facing in the EU and find solutions, we need educated people. We need people who can think creatively, innovatively, but who have also not just basic and specialized skills, who also have transferable skills, who can actually make sure that they can run projects and teams and they can actually present what they do and convince others to follow them. So we need this pool of talents, and for that we need to work a lot at the EU level, but also member states and local regional authorities to make sure that education becomes our priority. We will publish a data investment in education 2024, very short report. And that's tragic, because education funding in national budgets is losing. It's losing, of course, against health, other important priorities, but the educational budgets are going down in Europe. If we look at the higher institutions and what we do at EU level, of course, we are creating solutions. We have created European Education Area, which is our frame. Just recently, we came up with an initiative of Common European Degree, which should allow universities to, again, foster this collaboration and produce very concrete, tangible results as a common diplomas recognized at the EU level. But surprisingly, it's not, again, very well perceived. There are people who say it's very difficult and we cannot do it and too complex. Nothing is too complex. We have to finally understand that the European Union in educational field, it's not about regulating. We are not going to regulate or issue directives or regulations. But looking at the data available and analysis available, we see that this area is something which lags behind sometimes. And we need to make sure that initiatives like these exist And it helps not just our higher education institutions, but everybody who is working in the field of education to understand that this change we need to pursue. At the EU level, we will be providing, of course, different solutions. We have different initiatives on digital, on green, on climate change. We have Erasmus+, our flagship, which is a laboratory. It's not just about mobility. It also provides, answers in a form of concrete solutions, how different problems can be addressed in the field of education. But we also need to work together to mobilize authorities in member states. We need to work through the instruments that are available and also make sure that the big funding streams from where I come from, such as cohesion policy funds and recovery and resilience funds, also keep investing in educational field and in research and innovation, but that the investment is channeled to the right measures in link with the right reforms. And this is a challenge for all of us. I do hope that this initiative is the one who will contribute to this big vision in future, how these two ecosystems will work together to help us to go through these challenges, achieve objectives under green, digital, industrial transition, but also make sure that actually people benefit from all of this. Because in the end, if people in Europe don't feel that they actually are cared about and that our instruments provide them with opportunities, then it becomes a little bit like, not so important anymore. So I think I congratulate you on this initiative. I am impressed by the results. I think we will continue. Hopefully, the EIT Governing Board will be of the same view that this initiative has to continue in future. But we also have to make sure that people know about what we do. So again, communicating and providing solutions and sharing knowledge is very, very important and should never be underestimated. I stop here and thank you so much for listening to me and enjoy the day. It will be more fun later, I promise.
Thank you very much, Norman. Okay, it's my pleasure, speaking of the EIT, to welcome one of the EIT Governing Board members to the stage, Professor Dr. Heinrich Arnold.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm so happy that you are here, that I can be here with you. I'm an independent board member of the EIT Governing Board. There are roughly a dozen of my sort, and our task is to have a look on the activities of EIT as a whole. And as such, I'm very happy about Norman's question. Do we like what's going on here? What's our view of how the funds are being distributed? What the perspective is? Allow me a few personal words. I was a student in Silicon Valley in the last century, and at that point in time, we Europeans were not sure if what goes on in Silicon Valley would go away when the new technology wave would come. We were not even sure if that's, as we say in German, serious, if that's something that proper people would do, to go to universities and then start companies. We were always looking at that skeptically at first, and we didn't have it in Europe. Still remember the director of Max Planck Institute for Innovation who said, Heinrich, that's really frustrating that people don't choose entrepreneur after their graduation as a job perspective. We as a society, we don't honor this, we don't accept this. That was 20 years ago, and since then the situation has totally changed. We understand that building ecosystems, building new initiatives, new companies out of competence is the key for economic renovation, for transformation, for economic success. And the question is, can this be done out of Silicon Valley? And so here's my personal witness. I came to Berlin 20 years ago, which was economically a place which was run down and really needed a renovation. High unemployment rate, apartments empty, soccer championship in front of the door, and people said, this is embarrassing, we need to do something. And as a matter of fact, what happened was that through the combination of 3 ingredients, there were, of course, these famous high-level, impressive universities producing intelligent people, but that was it. What was lacking was the link over into industry, the focus on transfer, and what was lacking was the drive to invest into competence. And these 3 ingredients have been brought together by the initiatives of some DAX companies, by private investors like Hasso-Plattner, and the rest, we know the rest, right? If you want to see innovation in Germany, you go to Berlin. You don't go to these other places. Out of a place where nobody would have expected that. That's one of the examples that definitely it works outside of the Silicon Valley, and that was exactly the time when EIT started, 15 years ago. EIT started basically on the notion, okay, we can do it regionally, we can do these replicas of ecosystems, and they work. They even turn entire regions around where other people would say it's a tough case, maybe it's even a hopeless case. So EIT started 15 years ago to do this on a pan-European level. Nobody was sure if that would turn out well, so a lot of money was also paid for the learnings, what really works and what doesn't work. Is it better to build on the results of the framework programs very strictly and try to transfer those, or other mechanisms, the more promising ones? And what we learned over time is that it's exactly these 3 ingredients that we need. It's the ingredient into education, it's the link into industry, and that's the notorious investment that goes into this. Now, we are standing at the, I would say, interims finale, at the review point of the HEI, where 50,000 people have been in touch with the programs that are fully aimed at innovation, at the transfer aspect of how to turn competence into business. Within 2.5 years, 3 years, that's amazing. Adding to or being part of the 350,000 people that have been going through the programs of EIT in total, in terms of education. And that's closely linked to the 10,000 startups that have been in touch, have been triggered, have been supported by the EIT. So it's, on average, it's 1 every second day. It's amazing numbers. So EIT has proven that the Silicon Valley cannot happen only outside of the Silicon Valley, but it can happen also in a pan-regional version. And here is my claim. I think that EIT has cracked the code. And the code is maybe complicated, maybe easy, but the code is to bring together these 3 ingredients. It's competence from universities, it's the link into industry, first starting with public-private partnership, but then use the investment as 3rd ingredient to build new business out of this. And this is the code that works to build every new ecosystem. Don't tell anyone, that's our insider knowledge. But this is something which we found out, and it makes a lot of sense to strengthen this. And of course, the governing board understands this, of the EIT, wants more of that, needs to support it. I think totally that education is number 1, a never-ending task, right? There's always new people. And number 2, the more we do in education, the better for our societies, the better for the business. And it's very refreshing to see the initiatives that you have started off. So someone remembers maybe the RIECO lab of the University of Lodz. Some Lodz people here? Yes, welcome. So thinking about how to even faster turn the competence into startups in a, I would call it conveyor belt, factory type of thing. So we hear about it. Or the, I don't know if I pronounce it right, the Inno4UFE program, some people from Maastricht here who had the lead in this. The initiative to even give internships in the entrepreneurship programs of universities. So roughly 60 programs, it's worth to spend a day on this, to reflect and to be aware of the smart initiatives that we have come across. And for me, it makes total sense that it's the organization of EIT that takes care of the higher education institution, higher education initiative as such. Because it's always these three ingredients that you need to bring together. It's the competence from education, it's the aspect of how to bring it into business and to attract investment for this. And of course, you know, there's the tendency of people to sort things. Give education here, give you know, industry there, and do the investment somewhere else. Okay, it's all good ingredients, but you know, the real fusion happens when you bring these three ingredients together. So, welcome to the EIT, where we bring these ingredients together. I'm looking forward for a day of reflection, even more looking forward with Anastasia, Antonetta, Rosanna, what you have on your agenda today, and let's have a good reflection to build on for the next round of calls that go out in autumn. Good that we're all here on this. Thank you very much.
Ooh, my face is big. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on to the final remark of the welcoming remarks this morning. Please welcome to the stage the Director of Education and HR at EIT Raw Materials, Anastasia Arnold.
Ladies and gentlemen, so you probably expect from me to speak a lot about success of HAI, which would be a very fair point. But we in the team believe that value is defined by receiver, and I leave part of talking about what we have achieved and about our successes to you, to our partners. And I would like to dedicate my words today to you and to talk about challenges you encounter, we all see, and how HAI gonna tackle them, and what exactly HAI contributes, because this is what matters. Someone talked about here about hope. So hope is not the right strategy. Instead, we prefer to act and encounter and anticipate these challenges and turn them into opportunities. So what I'm talking about, the whole idea of HAI, it's about innovation capacity building, meaning helping you, our partners, part of our consortiums, to be successful in the changing world. That's why it's important to talk today about three major challenges we see and how, again, HAI makes you stronger in addressing them. First one, I guess, doesn't come as a surprise, is digitalization, technology, AI, and generative AI. A lot of people talk about it. It's kind of hype topic, but not many understand what actually it makes for each of us and how it has already changed the entire world. It's not only AI replace jobs. It's not only that the entire economies operate completely differently, having technology so much deeply integrated in daily life, but it's also about opportunities and different way of living together with technologies. Let me ask you one question. Do you understand that current generation of graduates will be first in human history who will have to compete with computers and machine? Think about it. First in human history. Do we really understand what does it mean, for instance, to have part of your team and have part of the functionalities in your team performed by machines? I leave this question with you, and I guess the answer depends how positive you are about technologies. However, we and HAI prepared answer to this. And first of all, it's about equal access to technologies. You know that in our consortium, different level of higher education institutions, different level of computer, different level with different level of access to technologies, and this is one of very important enabler of our impact to ensure access to technologies and to computers and to these new modern innovations. Second one, of course, our methodology and the way how we turn educating content into the modern reality, how we teach, how we speak, how we translate knowledge into applicable source of innovation and entrepreneurship. Second challenge I would like to talk about today is applicability of fundamental education and research. Again, AI and technology reopened, I would say, and intensified discussion about whether higher education is really needed. What is the space for 3, 4, 5 years, master, PhD, and my goodness, doctoral degree? Does business have a space for it? How to convince industry, how to convince business that fundamental knowledge has its space? Well, the answer is very simple. We clearly see a direct line and interconnection between most innovative countries in the world and success of their universities, success of their higher education institutions and programs. I guess it doesn't come as coincidence, but fundamental knowledge is the only and vital source of innovation. And if we would like to be competitive, if we would like to stay on the top of innovation, higher education is an important source of not only revolutionary ideas, but also transforming these ideas into applicable solutions. And HAI here plays also strategically important role, because our way to answer on this challenge is first of all about quality of educators. We educate educators. We ensure that the knowledge, methodology, and the way how knowledge transferred to the different target groups is also up to modern standards. Secondly, it's about curriculum update, ensuring that, again, our books and text and content we teach to the students is not from last generation and has still connection to reality, and bring them forward and ensure this important intellectual process. And again, going beyond teaching, here today on the stage was phrase about ecosystems. Indeed, 21st century education is not about technical knowledge. It's not about access to information. Each of us has this very powerful tool, but education, it's about creating ecosystem. It's about connecting academia and business. It's about building network. It's about providing opportunities. It's about you having this encouragement and these tools, how to ensure that your bright idea can be tested and can be successful. I would like to close my speech with a third challenge about changing demographic situation and competitiveness of European education system in the world. And I deliberately put these two factors together because the narrative is not anymore whether we need global talents. I think we all recognize that now the topic is about attracting and being competitive to attract best talents and to retain them. How many of European universities in the rating of 100 the best? How many students and graduates stay in Europe after their graduation? I guess we need more. And here, HAI initiative again brings solutions. First of all, internationalization. And if you look at the list of our partners, parts of consortium, you also see a lot of institutions and academic bodies outside of Europe. And this is what we're gonna build on and develop. Second one, of course, going beyond university and going into the building of ecosystem and collaboration, starting with the entire and covering the entire life cycle of learner. And last but not least, let's not forget that employability and rating of universities is something tangible we can prove that we are successful. I would like to leave space for your questions, and I would like to close my speech with 3 words. Indeed, we are very successful after the first phase, but these 3 challenges and more create for us space for further development. And with this next era for HAI, we would like you to look at us and our values on 3 major words: innovation capacity building, competitiveness, and employability. This is what initiative stands for, this is what we bring, and this is what is our value about. Innovation capacity building in universities and beyond, employability for learners, and competitiveness of European educational institutions. So we are ahead of exciting opportunities. Let's do it together and let's turn these opportunities in our joint success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anastasia. We're a little bit behind on schedule, so if you have any questions for any of our speakers this morning, then when we're in the break after the panel session, you can ask those. So I'm going to introduce the first panel of the day. So this is our policy level panel called Shaping Tomorrow, the Role of EIT's HAI Initiative in Fostering Innovation and Entrepreneurship. And I'm going to ask you to give a warm welcome to our moderator, the head of the HAI Initiative, Dr. Dolores Volkert.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to our first panel. And Rosanna already said it, it is about the role of the HAI Initiative in fostering innovation and entrepreneurship beyond its pilot phase. So my name is Dolores Volkert. I'm the head of the HAI Initiative, and I'm very proud of that. And I'm very delighted to serve as the moderator for this first panel today. And we have a very exceptional panel of experts who will share their insights, their strategies, but hopefully also predictions. And we will explore the critical role of the HAI Initiative in fostering a more innovative and entrepreneurial society, addressing challenges and maximizing also opportunities. But before we begin, I would like to introduce and welcome to the stage our distinguished speakers. First of all, let me welcome Mrs. Antoaneta Angelova-Kosteva, who is Director of Innovation, International Cooperation and Sport at HACA. So give her a round of applause. Antoinetta has been director at DGAC since 2016. She is responsible for the Marie Sklodowska-Curie actions in the European Institute of Innovation and Technology, as well as for the supervision and coordination of the EU Digital Education Action Plan, an international corporation across DGAC's policies and programs. She joined the European Commission in 2008 and has worked across various Commission services on a wide range of topics such as external relations and enlargement, international security and policy, cooperation, cybersecurity, stakeholder management. So welcome to this panel. Second, I would like to introduce Walton C. Mendez, Head of Education at UNESCO's Multisectoral Regional Office in Santiago, Chile. Good morning. Walton Cyr is Head of Education and Senior Specialist at the Regional Bureau of Education for Latin America and the Caribbean. He holds a European PhD from the Universitat Politècnica de Catalunya, in collaboration with the University of Glasgow, where he led pioneering research on multi-stakeholder partnerships and educational innovations for the achievement of UNESCO's Education for All initiative, the Decade of Education for Sustainable Development, and the SDGs. And he currently leads the regional education program of UNESCO Santiago in the monitoring and technical accompaniment of countries in the region to advance Sustainable Development Goal 4, Education 2030. Welcome also to you, Walton Cyr. Third in line for this panel, I would like to welcome Mr. Hannes Raffazeder, who is the CEO of St. Pölten University of Applied Sciences. He is the lead coordinator of UDRAS Alliance and president of EURASHI, the European Association of Institutions in Higher Education. Welcome to this panel. As an experienced manager in higher education, Hannes promotes opportunity-driven, challenge-based, and mission-oriented approaches, and in particular, a multi-directional knowledge exchange with society and business, a third and fourth mission of universities. Thus, he has successfully co-implemented concepts for engaged and entrepreneurial universities as open platforms for collaborative innovation. As a professor of media technology, Hannes has many years of teaching experience and managed several research and innovation projects. In the context of audio design, media music, and sonic interaction, he has published several scientific publications and presented at international conferences. Welcome to the stage, Hannes. And last but definitely not least, I would also welcome back to the stage Mr. Professor Dr. Heinrich Arnold, who is member of the governing board at EIT, but also a board member at Atreus, Picard SA, Connected Living GmbH Max Planck Institute. Welcome. As we heard, he is a top manager, investor, and also board member, always acting on the innovation transformation of Europe. From 2016 to 2019, he has been CEO of Datacon, the largest technology consultancy from Germany. Before, he was in charge of corporate R&D of Deutsche Telekom, T-Mobile, with locations in Israel, Germany, and Silicon Valley, as we already heard, for over a decade. That made him youngest head of R&D of a German top 20 company. Congratulations. He has contributed significantly to the emergence of the Berlin and Israel innovation ecosystem. Thank you also. Thank you. Again, a warm welcome to this panel. And after all these introductory and welcome remarks, with this panel, we would really like to focus on our remarkable achievements of the initiative, but also look more into the future and discuss, how can we even scale up the initiative? How can we improve after this first pilot phase? And I would like to remind all of us about the remarkable achievements we have seen. We have, over the pilot phase, 65 projects funded so far. We have 359 AGIs involved, 179 non-academic organizations, over 40,000 students and staff, meaning academic and non-academic staff trained, and more than 1,100 startups and scale-ups supported. I think these accomplishments demonstrate the significant impact of the initiative. The objective for us is clear. We aim to build on these successes to further scale up and enhance our innovation capacity building activities. And after I introduce with my first questions, I would also like to encourage and motivate you to later ask your questions to this panel. But in order to develop this future role of the initiative, I would like to start with the first round of questions, focusing on the overarching topic of anticipated trends in higher education and their implications on policy for innovation. So I would like to address my first question to Antoinetta and ask you, what are the trends you see shaping the future of innovation and entrepreneurship in higher education? And how do these trends inform the policy implications within the EU framework for higher education institutions?
Thank you very much, Dolores, and good morning, everyone. First of all, I have to say that it's been really great to be at today's event, and I would like to congratulate you all for making this initiative a success. I think that the results presented, the figures are speaking for themselves, and it shows that this initiative has a great potential. It has already achieved a lot, but as you know, changing the education and training institutions and bringing innovation and entrepreneurship is not something that we can do overnight. It's a process, it's a journey, so this is really a great start. I would like also to refer to the introductory opening remarks. They were extremely inspirational, as all speakers pointed to very important A, challenges, B, solutions to the challenges we face in Europe, but also globally, and the contribution of the HAI initiative. Let me just very briefly put things into context, because when we talk about innovation and entrepreneurship in higher education institutions, of course we have to take into account the global context, and it's been generally described. I mean, we are in an age marked by really fierce competition in terms of digital technologies, the digital race, a competition, a race for talent. We see also challenges, major societal challenges, great uncertainty, insecurities, and we have to be able, as a society, as economies, as people, to respond to all of them. Norman very clearly said, and this is what we believe in the Commission, and in particular DG EAC, that education and training play a crucial role. And universities are at the crossroads of education, research, and innovation. And when we say that we have to change the education and training systems, we always think of stimulating innovation and entrepreneurship, bringing it into our education and training systems, into our universities, and then also foster innovation across economy and society. I'm sure, if not all of you, most of you have heard of the recent report of Enrico Letta, who actually suggested as a fifth freedom of the single market, which is the gem of the European Union, to have the integration of knowledge innovation and research innovation, education, research and innovation, what actually the EIT is doing, and what we are also trying to promote through the HAI initiative. Having said that, you also heard from Norman that this is a process, and we have actually identified these issues and tried to tackle them, to address them through various policy initiatives, the European education area, but also the European strategy for universities. Many of you know about the European university alliances, and I'm sure that there are synergies also established with the HAI initiative. What I would like to say, without really being very exhaustive in listing all these initiatives, is that there are solid foundations. And what is important is that through all these initiatives that we are trying to stimulate innovation and entrepreneurship, we would like to make sure that our universities are more resilient and they foster resilient economic development, that they're interconnected and they're competitive. I think that the last speaker, Anastasia, already made the reference to the digital technologies and the transformational power of artificial intelligence, in particular generative artificial intelligence. It poses a lot of challenges and opportunities. This brings me to the point that through our initiatives, we are indeed trying to bring the various stakeholders together. We speak a lot about academia and business, civil society. We speak a lot about innovative curricula and methodologies, also equipping young people, students, researchers with the necessary technical skills, but also transversal skills. Also equipping the staff, the academics with the necessary, and educators with the necessary skills, but also ensuring inclusivity, going beyond the excellent universities and the excellent higher education institutions and spreading this knowledge and innovation and entrepreneurial capacity. I know we are limited with time, but because I was at the time when the proposal actually was designed for this initiative, I just want to finish my actually remarks with 2 points. The first thing was that on the Commission side, we found out that individual education activities are not sufficient to bring impact. And what we felt was that we need to make sure that higher education institutions, universities, need to actually build this innovation and entrepreneurial capacity. And it's a great thing to see that this initiative is successful and actually succeeding, tapping into the potential of the EIT and KICS, the knowledge and innovation communities. A very last point I will just mention, and I hope in the discussion we'll have time to further probably go back to that. Recently there has been a study published showing it's the Redstone University Startup Index, actually showing the number of entrepreneurial universities in Europe. Out of 5,000 universities in Europe generally, there are only 750. This says a lot. There is a huge potential, and our idea is to spread this knowledge, excellence, this innovation and entrepreneurial capacity across all higher education institutions in Europe. And I believe there is still a lot to be done, and this initiative is making a great, great contribution in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Antoaneta. And, following what you just said, there's a lot to be done. Looking at the international perspective from your end, Waltensir, why do you think will capacity building, projects and initiatives for innovation and entrepreneurship in the future, like the HAI initiative, will remain important from your perspective?
Thank you very much, Dolores, for your question, and thank you for the organizers for this invitation. It has been a long journey to arrive to Brussels from Chile. I was before in UNESCO HQ in Paris, would be easier, but now from there. So I really appreciate the invitation. So your question, I think, is really relevant, and because sometimes the ones that are working, as everybody here, and the daily activities on this topic, sometimes we don't take the time to reflect on the importance of capacity building, on innovation, entrepreneurship. So I think the relevance of this topic now in the future is because it's the cornerstone of human and social development. So if you will work with the capacity building on innovation and entrepreneurship, we are building the really fundamentals, the pillar of the development that we need in our society. So this, I think, is the first reflection. Second, with this talent and with this innovation we are fostering, we are also working on the transforming side of the innovation that we need, because we are facing what the UN General Secretary says, this triple crisis that we have, that is the climate change, the pollution, the lack of biodiversity, but also in Europe we have challenges like an aging society and many other issues that we have in Europe. So when we look at these current challenges and the ones that we don't know yet, like we have in the past, like COVID, when we have resilient systems that really work through the years before in reinforcing their capacities, we have more readiness in the system. If we have this kind of readiness, we can build answers, we can innovate, we can transform the huge topics that we are facing today. So I would say that the way, and we heard here in the opening remarks, I think, very good points in terms of how we can connect, for example, with the technology. But I would say that the capacity building is in the core, because if we don't have talent, enough talent in this case, in the European space, we don't have the potential answers that we need. So if we go to the digital talent, for example, so we have the two big crises, no? The greening transition and the digital transition. Where is the talent to make this revolution happen? So we are lucky. We know that only in Europe, we are lucky like about 10 or 11 million human resource, no more or less, and the authorities of the European Union can correct me. And the greening, we still have a lot of millions more to fill. So who will have this answer? Who will help to develop these talents? I think this is the responsibility of everybody that is here. And the good question is, you are already working on that. This initiative is proof that there is a huge potential and that the response are already here. No? The question is how we move these very hard numbers. For example, we know that I think more than 75% of the industry in Europe will need expertise in deep tech, for example. Where is this talent, no, to make this happen? So I think the answer is in this program. I think it is relevant now and will be relevant in the future. And I would invite actually all the members to open up to the other regions of the world, because talent and innovation is everywhere. And as you said before, we need to attract and retain talent. The world is a big place now, and this talent is everywhere, and innovation is everywhere. So we need to be able, and Europe, you have incredible attractiveness to the people, to the big talent in the world. So I think you have the ingredients, and as Heinrich made before, and he used these three elements. No? In the past, I remember in my PhD, we used to work in the triple helix, and then later quadruple helix, and it's about this, no, making the ingredients happen. But I would say, like in a good cuisine, no, in a good recipe, if we open to the diversity, we can have a better dish in the end. So I would invite the Europeans to do that, to open to these ingredients, but bring the diversity to make a good dish for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Walton Seer. And speaking of the ingredients, we heard earlier from Heinrich's welcome remarks. Hannes, I would like to ask you, because you were one of the project coordinators in one of our very first projects, the EINS projects, which also included UDRAS, University Alliance organizations. How did the HAI initiative impact your university in terms of innovation and entrepreneurship? And how do you see the initiative within the broader landscape of funding, but also supporting initiatives within Europe?
Well, first of all, thanks for having me, and thanks for this, I think, very powerful initiative. How did the initiative impact our university? First of all, it's all about the people. It's about all these colleagues. It's about open-minded, passionate people who really drive the change. And the HAI initiative enabled, empowered all these people, this striving community that really acts for this necessary change. If we think about the situation of higher education on the level of our small institution, so I'm CEO of a regionally anchored UAS in Austria, or if we think on the European level of the Alliance, as you said, I'm also the president of the UDRAS Alliance and of Eurasia, where we are the voice of applied universities. We have plenty of challenges, of course, to go. Some of them were mentioned, the skills gaps, the shortage of talents, and so on. let me add at least two more. One is we have to be aware that LinkedIn and Google and all the others already took over very important parts of education. Don't forget OpenAI. So what is our role as higher education institutions? And it's no wonder that we are facing an increasing lack of public trust in science and research. And we tend to think these are just comes from some left behind people that we then claim that they vote for far right or far left wing. No, that's not true. I read an interview with Leonhard Birnbaum. He is the CEO of E.ON, this very small German energy company with almost 80,000 people all over Europe. He gave this interview in the German newspaper, Die Zeit, and he was asked about if he interacts with research and higher education, and he says, yes, I meet directors regularly, but they are irrelevant for me. Irrelevant? And he said, yes, because they suggest me some solutions in 30 or 40 years. I have to act now. And just yesterday, I met the CEO of a company-owned, company-driven business in Lower Austria. They started 360 years ago. I think he's in the 11th generation, always very also into this region. They still have their headquarters in a very small village, although they also employ several thousand people already. And he said to me, at the moment we have to stop to invest here in Europe, although deeply rooted in this thing. So the alarm bell should ring. We really have to accelerate the transformation, amplify the transformation. And as a small university, or even as a big traditional university, what can you do? The only thing, and this was also the motto of our last Eurasia annual conference just 2 weeks ago, we are stronger together. We have to team up. Only if we join all our forces in higher education together with our stakeholders across the knowledge square, then we are ready to transform the system. And it's not enough to always say what we are good at in higher education. We have to, and you mentioned it already, have to also respond to what are we good for and how can we help to improve society and economy. And the initiative helped us quite a lot to take at least the first steps. We have to continue, we need more, and we have to take our responsibility in higher education.
Thank you, Hannes. And I actually would like to stay with this, industry connection you just mentioned and the example you presented. And Heinrich, you already, in your welcome remarks, said that there are the 3 ingredients, and one of that is the linkage to industry. When we hear that, this is quite concerning. And how can we make this, linkage to industry successful, and how maybe the HAI initiative contributes to that?
So, 2 observations. Number 1, the industrial situation in Europe is different from the one in other regions. Take North America. The average Fortune 500 company is 20 years old. In China, we have a situation where many businesses by nature are not older than 20 or 30 years, have been started greenfield. And in Europe, the average age of established companies is 128 years when you go through the top companies. It tells us and the number of jobs created by the startup ecosystem is 1% versus 10% in the United States. So it's different for the good and for the bad. Here's the good news in the numbers. So obviously, there's a thing in Europe that helps us to reinvent and to renovate, and that's something very important. So we are not there yet. I'm not sure if we will ever be there, that we can solely rely on newly founded companies to bring forward the innovation as the US can, right? So take 10% of all jobs every year. You wait 10 years and you have a new economy. Not really, exact mathematics, but kind of. In Europe, you need to wait 100 years when the startup situation needs to do the reinvention. It's a wrong number because this number of startups is growing, but by and large, you get the idea. Now, this reinvention of companies, that's our thing. That's our thing. That has been our thing for the last 128 years, that companies that started off doing something for the railway industry do now something for the automotive industry, hopefully do something in the future-looking industry soon. And this reinvention thing is something that's key. Now, another observation, the last 5 years have been the most profitable years for many European companies, despite our observation that growth is gone. So dividends have been at a maximum during Corona, after Corona. So what happened is the following. The leadership of big European companies have created monocultures. So super efficient engines to do exactly one thing. And that's good for profits, and that's very harmful for resilience. And we notice this. So our big organizations are totally not resilient anymore. And what we need is this power to reinvent. So I would say the culmination of responsibility to the university and the education institutions, where this diversity of topics, diversity of mindsets needs to come from, has never been higher as now. So just thinking about it makes me worried if we get this right. So there's this huge responsibility of the chance, opportunity, role of the educational institutions to be there to bring back the resilience, diversity into the organizations which have been fine-tuned for maximum efficiency. Now, how to do this right? Many people are aware that it is as it is, and the most important thing is, of course, to build connections. So there's this valley of death, as people in the startup community call it. You have a great idea, and then it dies because you don't find the customer in time, you don't find investment, and so on. Now, one of the keys that have worked all over the place, where industry has understood that the chance for reinvention comes from universities, or universities have understood that they can cross this valley of death by a smart measure. And the smart measure is to create these public-private partnerships, projects with established industries early on. So whenever a smart idea comes around, it really helps. It's essential that there are project partnerships with established industries that are the key and lead customer early on. And that translates into tremendous diversification successes. So the whole security business of Deutsche Telekom existed like this. Telekom was actually against it, didn't want to do security business, and now 7,000 people are working in this. But it would not have been without the trigger, the impulse, the public-private partnership with the universities, and that's the key. So we need to hunt for these, we need to trigger them. It's hard, because they are against the cameralistic system in many universities. It destroys the budgetary logic of what we have in higher education initiatives, but we need to go that way. We need to shoot holes into the formal bureaucracy structure of the universities to allow exactly that. There's one prejudice that university might be looking for just cheaper labor in the universities. It's not true. So industry is looking for the thinking out of the box element in the industries. So it's good. Danger is limited, I would say, to close these partnerships, and it's very essential from all sides we look at it.
And looking at the aspect and the topic of empowering the talents, the entrepreneurs within the higher education institutions, Heinrich, what would you say is then the role of the industry partners to empower them directly? I mean, we talked about the connection and the relationship between the universities and industry, but how can the industry come in stronger and empower the entrepreneurs?
So what we've seen in the EIT mechanism in general, the growing business is a lot about opening doors. It's about providing the lead project, so we have that. But then it's also to attract additional users of this new technology, giving recommendations, doing the first reference project that is in operations, recommending this to the peers. And that's exactly the mechanism which we see very strongly, and EIT Energy played this game early on, to do the door opening, to do the cross-referencing, to introduce young companies to the peers, and that's how it works. So every investor, venture capitalist also tries to have a powerful community to do these cross-references, but no one has this strong network as we do at EIT with 3,000 partners that can do the door opening, the cross-referencing, pushing the companies, taking them to where they should be. There's never enough time. And usually it's not that industry is evil to not talk to the startups, they don't have enough time. So it's very essential that someone they trust opens the door and gives the reference and says, you know, work with this little initiative, project, startup company. And so responsibility of industry is to help scale.
Right. Maybe Walton Sear, from the global perspective, are there any ideas that come to your mind when it comes to entrepreneurial support that might be integrated into the higher education initiative, but also within Europe as such?
Thank you for your question. Yeah, I think I can think of a couple of examples. For example, the MIT, you have the SOLVE initiative, you have the Regional Entrepreneurship Initiative that I think they are very interesting because they build capacities all along the stakeholders, but not just the US, but broadly. You also have in Europe the science shop model that used to be fashionable 10 years ago, that is basically, but now it's coming back I think, to be an interesting experience. And this science shop is basically a university area that opens up its door to industry, to the civil society, and try to bring what is research, innovation, and knowledge that is inside the university to solve some specific social challenge that we have. So it's called Science Shop model. But then I think what is interesting and what we could bring to the table more efficiently, and I would give one example from UNESCO, and we did it during the COVID time, was to look across the sectors. And because we love as humans to work in silos, because we feel more comfortable in our own specialty, we have our studies, PhD, whatever, in one area. But sometimes it's hard to work, for example, UNESCO, education, science, culture, communication. So how you bring this together, and the EU has a similar challenge, I would say, in the different divisions. So what we did was create a big coalition with partners. So we brought together the edtech industry from the big tech, Google, Microsoft, all these. But we also got NGOs, civil society together from different regions. So, and in this context, for example, there was one experience that is the Broadband Commission, that is, and yesterday we were talking about it. Is a space in which we have the International Association of Universities, we have also the International Telecommunications Union, UNESCO, etc. And we brought together partners like Ericsson or Huawei from Asia and others to try to work together in specific response, for example, for digital learning. So I can carry on, but I think the key issue here is how we open up a bit to not usual partners that we would search and see if we can build something together with them. And when we do this, we draw some very important lessons that enrich our own program, whatever we are doing. So yeah, I would search for these MIT initiatives. I would search for Science Shop Europe. There is in different countries in Europe, even here in Belgium, we also have one experience. And all the UNESCO ones I mentioned, but I keep for the last one as my own. But I think the other ones are interesting examples to look at. Thank you.
Thank you. Antoinette, coming back to you, how do you see the HAI initiative's role in empowering these entrepreneurs and talents in Europe?
Yeah, thank you for this question. I think we speak a lot about entrepreneurial talent, but we all agree that entrepreneurial talent needs entrepreneurial institutions. And this is actually what the initiative does. As I already said, that's been the original idea. And there are certain, and we are talking about enabling factors. which is indeed very important, talking about collaboration, academia, business, creating long-lasting partnerships. It's important to invest, as I already said, in the equipment of not only students and researchers, but also the academic staff, educators, make sure that everybody is prepared for the unforeseen and unpredictable what the technology revolution is bringing us. I would like to mention two specific elements which I find indeed very important in this initiative. The first thing is the institutional level, I mean the change that it brings at the systemic level. This is the first thing. And the second thing is also this long-term perspective. I would like to praise the idea of introducing these innovation vision action plans for the projects, because this actually requires the commitment of the leadership, and this is extremely important. What means is that the project will not simply end by delivering the results which are according to the call, but it will continue, and it means that there'll be engagement, partnership amongst the partners beyond the life cycle of a project. This is extremely, extremely important. And the very last point, it's also sharing resources. Again, one other feature is based on the experience and the results achieved through your projects is the resource hub, because it was Arnold, I think, Heinrich, you mentioned the efficiency. And this is how actually efficiency can be brought by sharing resources. It's not all universities, small or big, can afford and have access to digital infrastructure, technologies, also for the students, and even after finishing a project, giving them access. This is hugely important. So by putting together and putting in place these enabling factors and making higher education institutions innovative and entrepreneurial, this is how we are going to empower the talents, the people, and make sure that they have the necessary skills to thrive in this world and contribute.
Thank you. And Antoinette already mentioned academic staff. We should not forget about them. Hannes, how does the initiative, or in your case, your project, also support academic staff, and how did they benefit from it?
Well, first of all, I think we have to be honest. Despite the huge success of the initiative, I think there's still a majority of academics who prefer to work in their usually tiny little, maybe cozy academic bubbles, who like to stay in the academic ivory towers. When I speak with colleagues, quite often I hear, okay, I want to research, I want to understand the world, I want to make the world a better place, I want to keep my academic research. And no, cooperation with the industries is not my case. What I try to answer, and what we supported all together within our project, and I'm sure within all the other projects, is that we said, okay, if we want to make the world a better place, then you have to act opportunity-driven, and you have to be impact-oriented. And this needs you have at least to be able to talk with other people from the society, from the industries, to interact with them, to do things together. And it's also a sense of, like we say, intercultural experiences. Usually we think you have to go abroad. No, sometimes you just have to go outside your campus into one of the SMEs right there, and you can experience a totally other new culture, and this helps you to change your perspective, shape the way you think. This will inspire you. This will ensure that we still have these open boxes in academia. So it's not against academic freedom, but it protects academic freedom. And it's our duty to really make sure that more and more people and institutions think in this way. And the initiative really was a huge and very, very important step in this direction. But we need more, and as I said earlier, we have to amplify. We have to empower the individual people, and of course there are already quite a lot of academics who are sure that they benefit from that, who think in this direction, who act in this direction. A lot of them are here today, and so thanks to all of you. And as I said, stronger together. Let's go in this direction. Thanks.
Thank you, Hannes. And it almost sounded like the perfect last words for this panel. And unfortunately, we already ran out of time. But before we close, and you all get the opportunity to ask your questions to our panelists over a coffee later, I would like to give all the panelists a chance to have some last words and maybe a brief statement about your vision for the HAI initiative in the future. What would it be? What looks, the impact for the initiative? And whoever wants to start, please. Yes, Heinrich.
So my desire and my wish for the HAI initiative as it continues is that it's a label of excellence and also a sign of recognition. So I hope that we reach that many people, that we have a critical number of people in the end, that it's a strong representative community for innovation, building innovation across Europe. And when you run into someone and there should be a high probability that this person has been in contact with the HAI and that we have all this kind of aha effect. Okay, good. I know what he is talking about. I understand the mindset. We speak the same language. We know who we are. We can connect. The other thing is that we really give a push to the general mindset that entrepreneurship is the way to go out of competence, and that we have this, I would say, this kind of Freemason type of modern alternative, that people are connected in the mindset to drive a renovation of Europe based on high competence.
Thank you.
Well, last week I spent at the ministerial conference of the European Higher Education area. Eurasia is one of the consultative members raising the voice of applied universities. And there was a very important discussion, and it's, I think, stated very clearly in the Tirana communique that we really also have to reshape the fundamental values of higher education, of course, including academic freedom. And of course, we also have to vote, and we have to vote for this academic freedom, not only in a few days, but in general. But we have to be very clear, there is no freedom and no academic freedom without academic responsibility. And our responsibility in higher education is to really serve for the society, and serving for the society, of course, also includes economy, ecological issues, and so on. That is what we are here for. That is what we are doing in our HAI projects and the initiative. Thanks.
Thank you.
Well, I would say you already have an incredible initiative, HIE. However, I would invite you to create a movement. How about create a community of practice that you already are, no? You already are working in somehow as a community of practice, but how about to work even more together, no? How about to connect even more among yourselves and try to spread this, to share your knowledge to other universities, other stakeholders that can be close to you, but can be also far away. And how can we do that? You know, I think it's the power of knowledge sharing is important, but also the power of walking together with others that don't have the knowledge that you have. So, for example, even to apply for these kind of initiatives is not easy for universities, sometimes far away from this ecosystem. So how we can bring this knowledge of your community and generate this movement with these others that they don't know how to get engaged in these European initiatives that are so relevant. So I would say that let's build a movement. Let's build on what you created on these last 15 years, no, you have? and make it happen to other universities, to other stakeholders that are there and they need your help to make, in this case, a European project successful, but also to bring the answers to this huge challenge that we have in terms of our world today. Thank you.
Thank you. Antoinette?
Thank you very much. The privilege of speaking last, actually. A lot has been said, but if I can dream, and I know that this dream can come true. So I would like to see the HAI initiative actually transforming the higher education landscape environment in Europe, making it more innovative and entrepreneurial. We already said there are other European initiatives, but many other initiatives as well. So I see this initiative as a trendsetter, as after the pilot phase, it has indeed an immense potential to grow and deliver impact. It will be hugely important from our perspective, of the Commission perspective, to build synergies, bridges with other initiatives, to make sure that there is complementarity in order to use the resources the higher education sector in Europe are used in an efficient and indeed effective way. I would like also to confirm indeed the importance of building communities, building a movement, sharing results, learning from each other, and also to get feedback to policy, to inform the decisions of policymakers. So let me wish you all a great success, all the best for the future. Thank you.
Thank you all so much, and I personally find that very encouraging. And with that, with these very encouraging visions for our future, I would like to thank the panelists and also you for participating in that first panel. And now I would like to invite you to a first coffee break, which is just outside of that room. So thank you all very much, and thank you. And please be back at 11:25. Thank you. Do you want to give it to them? No, let's do that together.
Okay, if everybody could please take their seats, we'll be starting now. Okay, I hope everyone enjoyed their coffee and is ready to jump back into the programming. And it's my great pleasure to welcome our keynote speaker for today's event to the stage. So I'd like you all to give a warm welcome, please, to Dr. Valtencir Mendes, who is the Chief of Education at UNESCO for the Regional Office, Latin America and the Caribbean. So warm welcome to Valtencir.
So good morning again. I'm sorry you need to see me again. But I'm very happy to be here with you, and I hope we can share some ideas and exchange some potential inputs, insights, and build some knowledge together. So if we can project the slides, please. I'd like to start with this reflection. To say that the higher education institutions are coming from a long way. No, we have been. The next slide, please. I don't know if I can pass. They have a clicker or just to get organized. No problem. So, as I was saying, we heard from the previous panel, no, this concept of the ivory tower, and unfortunately, if you look at that infographic there, that image, you can see that we still have some academic folks that still think that their job is just to study, no? And thank you very much. And someone else needs to actually do the job, go outside in society, you know, and do the job. But I think as we are learning here, and you already know, because you have been the change makers, you're already doing the job and studying at the same time, we have been evolving as a higher education community. And we pass from that concept of the ivory tower to the right to education, in which, as UNESCO, as UN, we really push that higher education should be part of the right to education, of the human rights, right? And then, if we keep walking through the years, we have this concept of the threefold mission of university. Who knows what are the three missions of university? Let's see from the top of your head. Teaching. Exactly. Teaching, research, and outreach. That is part of what we are doing here. Go there, connecting with the industry, business, civil society. And when I did my PhD many years ago, I tried to push very hard for the quadruple helix concept that was going beyond the industry, is going and connect with society, with the local communities, with civil society, with all movements that were work together to make society change, let's put it in this way. So if we have this look in the evolution of university, you see we came from a long way. And this brought us to the concept of this higher education expansion. If we look at the data from the last years, or from the 2000 to now, 2020, we have a huge increase in the number of people accessing universities and higher education institutions. This is very significant. It's very meaningful that so many people are accessing universities and higher education institutions. And if we start looking back when everything started, this is debatable. Some people say that university started in another place, but this is what we can see from the Madaura University in Algeria, 75, from our common era, to the University of Salamanca in 1134 in the common area. So a lot has happened, but the difference is that was an ivory tower concept. It was for a few people, and nowadays we have, fortunately, this big number of people enjoy the higher education institutions. However, if we look at the figures in terms of by region, we still see that there are parts of the region that are lagging behind, obviously. But good news for Europe, you have 80%. Europe and in North America, you have 80% of your student population engaged with higher education institutions. So you have a very strong raw material here to work with, as you are doing, many of you. And we can see as well a gender evolution. We have many women that nowadays in this new app is actually overcoming the male population in the higher education institutions. Okay, however, having said that, we have huge challenges as a society, as a planet, to overcome. And we talk about the triple planetary crisis that I mentioned before, the climate, the pollution, the biodiversity loss. And this is combining with a lot of health issues. And if we look at Europe, we have an aging society as well. And the world's population continues growing. So this is putting the planet under very strong pressure. On the other hand, you have social cohesion issues and democracy that are really declining. I don't need to tell you how big challenges we have nowadays with some extreme visions coming, and all this also impacted by the disinformation, fake news, and profound falsifications. And what is there behind of that is a lack of media literacy and digital skills. So the lower we have in terms of media literacy and digital skills, the worse we'll have in terms of fake news, disinformation. So, and that is impacting in our democracy. So it's a very serious issue we are dealing with. And obviously we have armed conflicts in this region, violence in many parts of the world, and we are not really taking all the benefit of the technologies as we could. All this combined makes the sustainable development goals lagging behind. We have big deficits there. Okay, so what we believe that, and this initiative is so powerful, is because in its cores you have the capacity reinforcement, the capacity building, and this collaboration perspective that impacts deeply in the SDG 4 that is dedicated to education and the SDG 17 that is dedicated to collaboration. So let's say that you are working with these two big pillars of the SDGs. So you are making the move the agenda to the right direction, we believe. And higher education always have been in the core of when we want to transform society, we always have higher education there, And we believe that you are in the right place and you are proving it now that innovative solutions can happen when you have this kind of project, this kind of initiatives. And I think when we manage to connect research, policy, and practice, when we make this empowered by innovation entrepreneurship, we can change things. So I think this is one of the most interesting things on how universities can contribute to the changing our society. We can actually make this collective intelligence happen for sure. So what else we are doing in terms of generating change? We have been working with different kind of summits to bring these kind of topics to the highest level of the head of states. Because, the theory of change is we need bottom-up approach, but we need also to try to change policy, because otherwise it's difficult. So it's like we need macro, meso, and micro initiatives and policy to make change happen. So that is what we did with the Transform Education Summit. That was a result of this publication that was 1 million people that were checked, was consulted to develop this report that I recommend you to take a look. It's called The Futures of Education. And we have there, and thanks to this huge participation, some, I would say, interesting points that how we can make this change happen. The first one, that to make change, we need a new social contract. What does it mean? That we need to connect governments, we need to connect society, we need to connect the triple or quadruple helix or the actors we are talking about here this day. So if we do this, change can potentially happen in a faster way. Because when one sector alone works, so this is very difficult to make it happen. And then it calls for this international cooperation that is also what you are doing here. No, I think, and is the main ingredient for that, I think, is the transformation of education. We know we need to change education because the challenges we saw are huge and we need to change. And why is so important, we know, but if you think that the climate crisis that we have are provoked by the most educated people. Think about that. Who provoked this crisis? The leaders, the educated people, right? So if this has happened, that means we need to change education because what we are teaching, what we are researching, what we are engaged, the way we are engaging is not working as we should expect. So this comes from the report, this comes from the analysis of this huge consultation process that we must change education because the current model is giving this answer. No, it's not actually working 100%. And so to do that, you need innovation. And this is why we are here, right? We are experts, you are experts in innovation. What do you think are the main ingredients to innovate? People? Okay. So I see you are shy, so I'll carry on. So the first one, challenges. We need challenge. We need problems, right, to innovate. So if we look at the SDG, all the 17 SDGs, we will have there a collection of challenges that I cannot tell you. They are big. So you have that. One ingredient, we are sorted. The next one, diversity. We need diverse ecosystems. We need diversity in all sense of the world to make something innovative. Because if we are alone, in our university desk alone, we cannot make innovative solutions. It's very difficult. Maybe if you are a genius, maybe. But generally, people need to collaborate, need to work with a diverse range of people to make innovation happen. And then you have the other ingredients, that is creativity, problem solving, no? Risk-taking, very important, the capacity to fail. We need to bring more pedagogy of failure because sometimes we are too scared to innovate, we are too scared to take risks. And if we don't do this, change and innovation doesn't happen. So, do you have any other points that I missed here? Something else? No? Money. Okay, we need money. Yeah, it's part of the puzzle that we have to innovate, right? So yeah, but happy to continue listening your ideas later, and we can improve this slides. So if we look at the higher education, the big figures we have in terms of mobilization and in terms of how students are moving around the world and how research is moving, we have some good news for Europe again. We have like 50% of the total students and research of the world come to this region to study and do their research. That is huge. It's really huge. If you look at other regions of the world, this doesn't happen. So you have here a huge potential. Anastasia was saying that one of the challenges is to attract and retain students. So here you have 50% of the world's top talent is coming to Europe, okay? So what do we do to support these students and researchers? How we engage with them? We need to understand diversity. We need to understand how to make them believe in the values of this society and how we can really encourage them to work and collaborate with you. So if we ask this question, how these institutions can actually train, can help to the future generations of innovators like yourself, we can identify some elements. In this slide I try to put, but I think the main two are like that we need to foster local ecosystem, but having in mind this global mindset. So when we do this, so we work at that level. So if we look at how the higher education institutions are composed, so we have institutions, different higher education related organizations, the whole higher education system. If we are working to solve local issues through the local community, but we are also targeting our immediate area, our country, region, but with this global mindset, we can succeed. That is the idea of this ecosystem that we should push. Because we think that if we are just focused on a very, very, very local solution, it's hard sometimes not to give and contribute to the world's problem we have. But when we try to do in that way, we have more possibilities to success. And the other element is the peer learning. I mentioned before, through communities of practice. If we exchange, if we learn together, we can really make the collaborative intelligence work for everybody. So this is another concept. And then, if we want to move from the old-fashioned model, from that ivory tower concept to the new higher education system, what we want is that. We want to move from sometimes some ecosystems that are very, let's say, promoting or at least not very inclusive. So we want to move to inclusion. We want to move for holistic orientation. So breaking all the silos we have, with the disciplinary silos, going to inter and transdisciplinary. This is where also innovation happens. For example, who paid attention in this room? Have you seen this beautiful artwork? If there is someone from local here later can tell us who is this artist. So we need to try to connect what is surrounding us. If I come from engineering, oh, thank you. Thank you very much. So if someone can find later, please tell us. We have the whole day to find out who is this artist. So we need to get inspired by what we are surrounded by. So the invitation is that to break silos, then to go from terminal ideas to lifelong learning approaches. We need to build these transitions between the upper secondary education to the higher education, but we need to have an ecosystem in higher education that people can move around. Now we know that we will learn in a way that is until the end of our lives. So we need to break these ideas in some higher education institutions that are very, very closed-minded. No, we need to build in a long learning way perspective with flexible and diversifying system kind of way. And then the pedagogies. We know what works. We know from John Dewey, from Paulo Freire, from the big pedagogues of our history that active pedagogies, and now evolving technology, getting technology there, make engaging learning, making learning happens. So this is an invitation as well to try to connect with a more active pedagogy. What else? From disconnection to connection with economy and the world of work. That is what you are doing here. Many of your initiatives, you are really connected and try to make these students to really give an answer to the world of work. And finally, going to a more responsible institutional practice, and once again, breaking this idea of the old-fashioned university. And then, if we try to answer how can we make this happen, so the first would be to have clear goals, and ambition, and I think many of our universities have that. The second one is strengthen quality assurance mechanism. This is important because sometimes we don't have quality assurance mechanism in place. So we have a great idea, but then when we try to measure it, we don't know how to do it well in some cases. Engaging teaching personnel. This is key. If we want to make change happen, teachers are the cornerstone of this believe me, teachers are essential in this movement. And then how we do this? Every university needs to find a way. No? We have some ideas, but you need to answer that according to your context. But I would say appreciating teachers, no? Recognizing their work, offering some capacity building and some capacity reinforcement. So these are some of elements. And have a clear teaching career pathway, because in some places, universities, higher education institutions, sometimes the career is not very defined. No? And sometimes we have, in some systems, for example, in the 5 first years, you have a big dropout of teachers. So the system invests a lot in educate and inform these teachers, and then in 5 years, they abandon the profession. So this is a huge loss for the systems, but also for society, obviously. Then the fourth point, key as well, youth. If you want to make change happen, you need to engage with youth. And this has been a work in UNESCO. We are trying very hard, not just to give a seat at the table, not to bring them to discussions, but how we can engage youth in policy making, for example. How we can have a design thinking kind of approach, thinking of youth. So I would invite you to try to, in your projects, in your initiatives, ask the question, how can I give a space to a youth representative, someone from the community, from the business, I don't know, but try to bring them on board. We cannot be the older ones making the future for the next generation without having them with us. So this is also key. And they will bring innovative ideas as well. So it will work for us at the same way. Recognition for the internationalization. This is important as well. We need to bring some, let's say, how to recognize the knowledge, the previous knowledge that our students have, and how we can, for example, in Europe, we are working towards having this common space in which all the Bologna process, for example, are in place. But how about the world? How we can recognize the certifications that other universities have, and do it in a proper way. And then we have research, innovation that we know, the data protection as well is one of the elements, and then once again, the element of cooperation and dialogue. So these are some of the ideas how we can make this change happen. And to continue the discussion, I invite you, if you want to go to Korea to join the discussion, there will be a big conference there, because it's that we need to open up to the world. Asia is also contributing to this discussion, and this is the event. Here in the first QR is information, there is the registration, to have a discussion on how we want to change education. So you are invited to do that. Sorry, I think some folks were copying. Sorry, one more minute. Okay, I'm finishing, don't worry, I'm almost there. You have been innovating for the last years. I don't know which cohort you are, 1, 2, etc. And the invitation I would like to make you is, if you move ahead with your current initiative, or if you want to build a new initiative, how could you do that? So we use these 3 questions when we are working with transforming education. The first one is, what should we continue doing? So from what you are right now in your project, your initiative, you know that there are some things you do well. It's working. So what should we continue doing on that? First, I don't know, if we talk about pedagogies, we say that active pedagogy is something we should continue doing. If you are working with a triple helix model, university, government, and civil society, business. So this is work. Okay, I should continue doing that. What should we abandon? We know that that is a no. No, we try, we saw that is not working. So let's not invest more energy on that. Let's abandon that. Okay? And the third question, what needs to be creatively invented afresh? Here comes the innovation. Okay? So when we have these three questions, it helped a lot in the process we do with the different stakeholders in how to push innovation, how to make change happen. So that's what we should continue doing, what works, no? What should we abandon for sure, and what needs to be creatively invented afresh. Anyone could give me an example of one of these three questions that in your project now you saw that, for example, it doesn't work, or that really works and you could share with us and could be an inspiration for other people. Don't be shy. Anything. There is no right or wrong answer. The first, say that again, sir? Solid knowledge. Okay, we should keep it. Yep. Okay, please. Creation of lifelong learning courses. Totally. Please. Very interesting. And the bootcamp hackathons, yeah, it's a model that works in many ecosystems. Okay, interesting. Thank you. Say that again? IT management. Okay, good. Please. Great, great point. And many research points out that element. Thank you. Please. Very beautiful. Thank you. Innovation for all. Yeah, well, we'll start working, we as everybody, not the UN only, in the next Sustainable Development Goals or whatever it will be called. No? So it's an important moment, and for this reason, all this discussion, how we can transform is coming into place, because we need to build the new agenda. No? 2030 is fasting approach. Obviously, many of the goals will be retained. And for the ones that you don't believe that this UN thing really works and it's a boring language and all this thing, believe me, I know sometimes it's boring, but it's necessary. And the SDGs, the current one, was for the first time, the whole planet worked together in some goals that work from the north to the south. Before, all the Millennium Development Goals or Education for All were designed for this global south. For the first time, these new, already old goals were designed thinking of the whole planet. And we saw Sustainable Development Goal is a challenge and is a current pressing emergency that we have in our planet. So, okay, so that is inspiring. We can continue this discussion later in terms of these questions. And to finish, I'd like to put that to you to think about it. No? You are already change makers. No? You are making things happen. You are working hard with different universities, other actors, and collectively, I think we can transform education. No? We are here for that. And if we look at these bad figures, no, in terms of climate challenges, we think, oh, things are bad, are difficult. Yeah, they are. But we have the greatest access ever to knowledge, no? And the tools that our previous generation, they never imagined that we would have this kind of knowledge and tools. For example, in the last 2 years, I think we have more than 80% of the data in the world generated in the last 2 years. Generative AI didn't exist 1 year ago. And we have an incredible tool that is at our service if we use it well and we have the right ethical regulations behind it, of course. And the potential for engaging learners in creating better futures together, I think never have been so great. So the invitation is that how you can contribute to this change from your perspective. You are already doing, as I mentioned, but maybe there are other actors that we can bring together. Maybe there are someone else that needs your information to build this movement that I mentioned before. So that is, I think, you have the ingredients, but the question is how you can advance beyond your community, how you can make this solution you are working on in a potential public good for your country, for your region, for your community. So that is the invitation. I think, thank you for listening, but I think the big congratulations you should have it, because you are already making the change happen. So I think this is very important. So I invite you, share what you did, share your lessons, the learn that you have, because many other organizations, institutions, universities, they need your encouragement, and they need this experience and knowledge that you had acquired in the last years working in the Haiti project. So thank you very much, and see you around here downstairs.
Okay, thank you very much, Veltanzir. A lot to think about. Okay, so we're going to go to the second panel of the day, and I'm going to invite my colleague Pamela Ragazzi onto the stage, who will be our moderator, to moderate the panel, State of Play in European Higher Education. So please give a welcome to Pamela.
Hello, yes. Thank you very much, Rosanna. Oh, wow, what a big room we have full of nice, smiling people. Yes, so for this session, I ask you all, please, to welcome the panelists of this session, Leila Yunis, Director at the Maker Institute in Prague, Gunders Berzins, Rector and Professor of Management at the University of Latvia, Pavlina Vujovic, Head of Internationalization at the Straseg Center for Entrepreneurship of the Munich University of Applied Science, Istvan Kovac, Director for Learning and Teaching at the Budapest Metropolitan University, and Fatima Živic, Associate Professor at the Faculty of Engineering at the University of Kragujevac in Serbia. Huh? Okay. My name is Pamela Ragazzi. Actually, many of you already know me. I'm part of the Higher Education Institutions Initiative, and I'm Learning Program Orchestrator for EIT Climate Kick. We are running a little bit late, so I need to ask you to be short and focused. Without any further ado, I think we can start. So thank you very much, first of all, for taking the time with us today. We are now reflecting, as the session says, on higher education and in particular on the current needs and the future trends. So we all know that in July 2022, the European Union adopted its new European Innovation Agenda that aims to position Europe at the forefront of the new way of deep tech innovation and startups. So I have a question for you. How can universities stay at the forefront in deep tech and play a role in ensuring it is used for doing good? This is also something that Val just mentioned. How do we make sure not only that we have deep tech and that we create deep tech, but also that we use it for good? Leila, can you start? You're not an HEI representative, but yeah, let's hear first from the ecosystem. Okay.
Hello. Okay, thank you so much, Pamela. I am part of the ecosystem. I run a nonprofit that aims to bring polytechnic education to all audiences in the form of maker skills, if that was not obvious in the Maker Institute. So what we do is try to embed maker skills into every single practice, and that means use of creative technologies and digital fabrication. So I know that we're not doing deep tech yet, but I think that if everybody is set on basic and core skills about digital fabrication, we can cultivate further deep tech throughout. I also believe that maker spaces and fab labs, repair cafes, and this community that is sometimes very grassroots and sometimes it is driven by a top-down strategy or approach, as it was in our case connecting the University of Chemistry and Technology and the Czech Technical University. These communities already have embedded working for the greater good, making sure that we are actually fabricating and making products that we're repairing, that we're embedding the Repair and Reuse Act, and that we're working for open hardware, open software, open knowledge. And I think that is, let's say, the core of what the hockey stick of deep tech should be. We should be the core of the hockey stick, and then as it rises up, that's where the higher education institutions should navigate further deep tech.
Thank you, Leila. Yeah, Gundars, so what's the position of university?
I would say that universities has to choose between conflicting priorities. We have several priorities, and professors usually tend to stick to actually their fields of studies. And university's job nowadays is to make this interdisciplinary approach much more interesting for professors. If we concentrate on deep tech, especially, deep tech is concerned or connected with this long-term cycles. It's much longer to develop deep tech than a normal, traditional innovations. What that means, it means that our project-based financing schemes actually are not very suitable for deep tech, and that universities have to provide this bridging for long-term deep tech projects. And I would say that, again, that's a question of priorities for universities. Second idea is that universities have to be like a hubs where these IP systems are in place, financing the cooperation with industries have to be on a short reach for professors and people involved in deep tech development. So I would, to finalize and to be short, I would say that universities has to innovate their management procedures to be suitable for this particular challenges we have.
Thank you. Pavlina?
Can you hear me? Oh,
yes.
Okay. So I think it was already quite a lot of said in the sense I would bring the concept, or let's say I would bring the role of the entrepreneurship also back into the deep tech. So I think with the universities, we have to look from both ways. How do we really bring more of the deep tech domains and knowledge into the entrepreneurial curriculum, but also the other way around? And I think beyond just focusing on the research, that the universities that want to become or stay entrepreneurial have to really enable the structures and resources for the internal staff, for the students, for the entrepreneurs that actually can support these deep tech innovations. So I think going beyond just education, we have to really make sure that the resources are there to see these inventions actually becoming innovations.
So I'm a coordinator of a project that involves 12 organizations, from which 9 are from the Western Balkans with a great economic and knowledge development potential. So it's a boundary crossing opportunity, as our name is Alliance for Boundary Crossing in Deep Tech. Technology is not so much dependent on culture. Maybe technology is closer to other disciplines as ever before. So I think it's a great opportunity for all disciplines to consider what technology can give them. And let me be a bit critical with the Deep Tech Pledge, because it's an input. Technology is never the final destination of our efforts. So it would be more positive for me if we could say that let's support technology development in favor of the advancement of our society and sustainability. So these kind of things could drive the efforts for universities that contribute to the many challenges that we have observed in the previous keynote.
Just to test it, yes, it is working. Thank you for inviting us here today to be part of this panel. I came from the management board of two EIT-funded projects, Smart2M from cohort 1 and Deep Tech 2M from cohort 3. And both of the projects, even the first one, when Deep Tech was not in the focus, was rather in the focus because our background expertise are related to advanced materials, nanotechnologies, and additive manufacturing, which are one of the, and of course, AI, including generative AI. So these are some of the key areas of the Deep Tech. Well, we did a lot through these projects, and we are very proud of these projects because at the beginning, first of all, we learned what is Deep Tech, what is the EIT focus, what do you want from us, how to reach the KPIs, and one of our biggest fears was how to reach the KPIs. We went a long way from the beginning, and now we are proud to say that it's not that our projects are successful, it is the confidence that we gained through this transnational cooperation. And one of the biggest, one of the major conclusions that we have is that Deep Tech is about multidisciplinarity, or as some of the previous mentioned, diversity in everything. So when you benchmarking or brainstorming something, any idea, in the room where you have different expertise, different sectors, you get some added value. You get something different. You never know what will you get. And I will agree with Pavlina that we sharing the resources and providing the resources to the entrepreneurs is one of the conclusions. So the Deep Tech, how to stay, we concluded that top management must be involved, not just involved, but essentially involved, and different stakeholder groups. So there was a lot of talk about that. We feel that it is majorly important to put in one room business and teachers and young people. Because young people, you know, they have some approach you cannot expect. They have some unexpected ideas, and sometimes they tend to put us down a bit. This will work, this will not work. So different things and how Deep Tech will strive after this one. We built several institutional things that will live after us. Like for the first time, we made at some universities innovation vice chancellor. We never had that. We made innovation incubators where it didn't exist. We made some TTO offices and some new approach to TTO offices. But just go beyond that, we connected we are trying to do that in the final stages of our last project, to connect the TTO offices transnationally, so they talk to each other what works and what doesn't work, how to improve that, and above all, to include young people. Because we engaged a few students to promote that, and the final end for me was that I had to be included in social networks. I was prior to this project completely not at social networks, so I learned how to work with the LinkedIn.
Good. Thank you, Fatima. And also thank you for bringing in the topic of the current students, young people that we can see as current students. So if we think of them in particular, and this is a question I asked to you and Istvan, if we think to the current students, how do we create deep tech entrepreneurs? What are the elements that we need to push more for this entrepreneurial approach?
I think the problem or the opportunity starts with STEM education in compulsory education. So I think the sensitivity or the absorption capacity of young people to learn technology in a conscious way, that is a big challenge for most education systems where natural sciences and technical studies are not so important anymore. The other thing is that there are some technologies that are extremely attractive for the young people. Some of them even haven't arrived to the generation of the professors, like the TikTok age, which was reported by my students that many of them spend 3 to 5 hours a day using social media videos for time spending. And how to reflect on by the academia or by pedagogy if we have to address an issue that we haven't experienced yet. COVID was a quantum leap, obviously, but because there was no other option. We had to learn how to deliver classes online. But maybe we haven't really exploited opportunities, even that, because the pedagogy of online teaching is something that was totally new and quite complex. And the last thing that I like to refer to is artificial intelligence. For many of the young people, using artificial intelligence in an experimental, progressive way is day-by-day practice. It's far not the case for the academic community, especially the teaching community. So I think we lost momentum, we lost time. It's a big challenge to catch up with the opportunities that the AI offers, not only the ethical considerations because they are important, but it's more important to discover how it can support learning, how it can support research, and how it can support even the administration of work.
Thank you. Fatima, do you have anything to add on this?
Technology, new technology. Well, what we came to conclude is that we cannot make entrepreneurs. I mean, you have to have the will of the people, of the young people to engage in entrepreneurship. Some of them are quite happy to do just some things in some system, not being entrepreneurs. But what we came to conclusion is that if you provide case studies, examples, like we developed some online school where we connected business professionals with a long experience to young students, to academic teachers, and to those who are dealing with some sort of institutional changes. And then young people saw what they can do. And some of them said, oh, I didn't know I can do that. Now I will pursue this. So in a process, you give them resources, as Pavlina said, and then they will join, some of them. Not all of them, but not all of them shouldn't join.
Thank you. Yes? Yeah. Actually, I also wanted to touch on the same question, but also with a focus on continuous professional development and workforce upskilling, because as Istvan also said, for many, it's really, I mean, it's very distant from others. So if you can also move onto that.
I would first go maybe to the question of the deep tech entrepreneur and intrapreneur in this sense, because there is very often a question, should everybody be an entrepreneur? And I think no. But should everybody have the entrepreneurial capacities? Very strong, yes. Because the entrepreneurial capacities, especially when we talk about the deep tech, and this is a very, very difficult topic to decipher at the moment, also at the university level, because of course we have a certain capacities and knowledges, but as you have also pointed out, there are certain elements that we are still not aware of. We still do not see the impact. We are not at that foresight to understand how AI will actually evolve and what will be the impacts of it. But we do have to bring these technologies, we have to bring the resources and the ideas how to use these technologies in everyday life to our students, because unfortunately they do not have an alternative. It's already part of their lives. And whether we can combine this with the entrepreneurial skills, I believe that the impact will be, yes, better talent also in the companies, yes, also potentially better entrepreneurs, stronger entrepreneurs that can actually drive the innovation. With the micro-credential approaches that have also been introduced in the EIT initiative, I think it goes very much also in the line of the lifelong learning. And I think that now we also talk about constantly pre-qualification and over-qualification processes, because also many people, due to the technologies, have to think about the new ways of what their profession is. And so maybe the university also in the deep tech domain, like with the deep tech, has to take on a different role. So it's not just the educator of the students or of staff, but really of the ecosystem.
Thank you. Leila and Gundars then, if you want to close.
I've had a bit of an issue in the last 2.5 years leading the nonprofit, because people say, what is your business and who is your target audience? So for me, the target audience from one university is to retain students, because they're too focused on research and they don't have enough application, and they don't know how to work with industry. And on the other hand, other faculties of the other university are having to shut down because there's not enough interested students. As a person coming from Colombia, if you offer people free education, it is unbelievable that this is the problem in Europe. So I have to really think, what is it that we would like to showcase as what does the university have to offer? And the university is a very large ecosystem that has a compendium of knowledge, but also has enormous amount of facilities that can be opened and can be shared. And it has a lot of research behind it that is not being presented in a way in which students and everybody inside of the university can really see the connections between people. So if you are to see the university as a business that operates on its own, what does each space have to offer? Some people will say, no, I want to work and be in research, let them. But some people want to service something. They want to service a life cycle assessment or toxicity analysis to someone. And they can hire immediately. They can be hired by businesses and enterprises to do so. I think that rather it's this building of trust and trusting that neither the students or the staff are going to, damage each other's property or each other's technology, and building a space where they can all come together and do so. So that's what the conversation we were having in the coffee break. I don't have enough space to do a makerspace. I don't have enough space. That's what all universities say. You always have space. Maybe use a better algorithm to define your logistics of how you can make for better space, or just bring together machinery in one and, push liability insurance firms, push your legal team to create better rule sets for that, because I think that that's where people are stuck with. People are not going to share their core facilities. They're not going to service them to people outside if we keep on thinking that the university has to be always a closed-door policy. And as a lifelong learning course, people become temporary students of the university, so you can always offer people and upskill them as a lifelong learning course, because for the time period of your lifelong learning course, they become your students and they're inside the insurance policy of the university. So it is a fantastic way how to open the door to other audiences and to perhaps attract different people and to have them merge inside of the classroom with other existing students.
Yeah, you have been called in, so...
Very shortly, for the students to be involved in deep tech experience in the university, I would say that we need a sandbox innovation ecosystem. Just a place to try, which is integrated, to try deep tech or any technological solutions which, with a system integrated into study process. And it has to be multidisciplinary.
A makerspace.
Yes.
I mean, I just want to bring the, I love the conversations that we've had, but I think it's good to name-specific and practical solutions. So it might be, I mean, it's obvious for me, but I don't know if it's for you. So.
It's clear, technological systems have to be there, but people have to be there, and it has to be incentive for the young students to be in this space of innovation. Because for us, in this particular auditorium, it seems natural that everybody have to love to be in the innovation space and the management space. But when you talk to students, it's not obvious for them.
Yeah.
For some of them, they need to try it to see that's easy so that they try it at all. Because some of them, there is no incentive for some of the students to be, as you said, entrepreneurs. If we ask in the auditorium how many of you want to be entrepreneurs, usually get, depending on the field, 5% maybe, who said, okay, I want to be entrepreneur. And that's basically the challenge, I believe, for all of us here in Europe. So the idea is that the sandbox system of trying have to be there in universities first. Technology have to be provided, which is, again, universities can do it. Interdisciplinary approach, that means that from many different fields of studies, people have to be in the same space, in the same time, to be let's say, more accessible to different ideas. And the third one, the incentive have to be there. And with incentive, it's a little difficult because what you need IP protection system, and you need a next step financing system for them to be, that it can be success. And somebody can be successful because, as you said, examples basically drive new people. Thank you.
Thank you. So now if we continue on this way of thinking to entrepreneurship, entrepreneurial pathways, and those entrepreneurial mindset, just stepping out of the deep tech focus that we started with, so what do you think are the key elements for building entrepreneurial pathways out of the university? Pavlina, maybe you want to start?
Thank you for the question. I think there are many, many elements that have to come into the play. And of course, there are stronger models out there. We heard this morning also about the MIT, Stanford. It's a very common thing, but I don't believe even that Silicon Valley would know how to reinvent itself if they had to start from scratch. So it's a question whether in Europe we can always go towards the US to find the model and replicate it. I do believe that we have really strong resources, quite a lot of knowledge. We saw 80% of educated people are actually in Europe. But what it to work for an entrepreneur, because we have to look at the long-term way in the sense, okay, how do we actually support the entrepreneurs? How do we bring their invention to the market? How do we make sure that they have the investment to scale, grow, and so on? So there are different elements, and of course, university cannot, of course, have all of the elements within their ecosystem. That's why the collaboration part is very crucial. So having strong collaboration also with industry, having the structures, so be those entrepreneurship institutes, incubators, pre-accelerators, pre-incubators, call them what you want, that can really support the talents, staff, researchers to take these ideas, to develop them further, governmental funds, incentives, policies. These are all very important elements to build the pathway from idea to the market. And I would like to intervene also with one more element, and this is because we are all here from different countries. The very strong connections between the ecosystems are important because very probable will be that many of our startups will go to Asia and to US to scale. But let us maybe just entertain for a moment the idea, what if our ecosystems are much strongly connected? What if we can make more, let's say, more dynamic bridges with less bureaucracy between our ecosystems? Maybe they won't have to leave Europe to scale. Yeah.
I think it's a very important question, how broad the student community should be, or the teachers community, researchers who could be considered as potential entrepreneurs. And my view is that the spectrum of useful entrepreneurial contributors are really broad. So we can't simply focus on students who self-determined or born to be entrepreneurs, and then we help them in an incubator with targeted support of market research or accounting or product development. But I think we should open the opportunities to receive good assignments that are similar to entrepreneurial challenges, which has open-ended expectations where students can be creative, can cooperate, can co-design things, and their solutions should be more and more future-oriented, because the future is much more inspiring than listening what have been collected in the past about the nature, about society, about knowledge in general. The other thing that I would like to emphasize that when we speak about entrepreneurship in this room, it's a very misleading thing that we all each other. All understand each other. If we go back to our university communities, then often happens that after a very nice, very clear presentation, somebody comes to you and says, okay, but could you summarize me what this entrepreneurship means? And it can even happen that the representatives of a business school will ask that, because even business schools have sometimes trouble with defining what the entrepreneurial mindset is. And the final thing that I would like to say that to help the entrepreneurial advancement or enhancement of students and the academic community needs a conversation about these issues, establishing a joint language. We have the meanings for these terms, entrepreneurship, innovation, technology, but it should be a common, deeply understood language university-wide. And it's so difficult to get together a university which has sometimes 15 faculties, 40,000 students, 5,000 lecturers. So, but it should somehow spread across the institution. Thank you.
Thank you, Istvan. Anyone else wants to add on key elements for building these entrepreneurial pathways?
Definitely, I think that we say entrepreneurship, and then a couple of sentences later we say, and startups. And I think that part of our language issue is that we are always mentioning startups as key elements in entrepreneurship, or wanting to scale and wanting to invest. And I truly believe in that, but at the same time, that's why people are scared in getting into entrepreneurship. I have to go to schools, to high schools, and explain to people what a nonprofit does, and the way that the nonprofit then has to reinvest in itself and in its mission, but it has the great opportunity that I don't have to find a lot of investors, because the name nonprofit says, okay, you're doing something for the greater good. You're doing something that is missing within society, right? So how do we cultivate all different types of entrepreneurial outcomes without, tarnishing the goal of Europe to develop more deep tech?
Yes. Yes.
No, I think it's very important what you said, because it's also, there is a very big hype, let's go towards the next unicorn and so on. No, I don't talk about that. I mean, we have 97-point-something% small, medium-sized companies are the backbone of Europe. But even for the companies, these resources are not important. Because when we talk about the ecosystems and pathways to grow and to scale, we really talk about also clients, customers, market insights, but also very often with the university perspective of some small and medium-sized companies, it's talent, it's access to infrastructure. And this also helps them stay competitive and hopefully grow. And I think, yes, fully right, not to kind of put a lot of pressure on the unicorns, because this can scare off a lot of people, but also instead of maybe just talking about the unicorns, that we really bring back into the conversation what is responsible entrepreneurship and how can we actually foster that. Because even if we don't go towards deep tech, if we don't go towards fully impact entrepreneurship or social entrepreneurship, I think where we can as a universities agree how do we actually foster the responsible one, like a middle ground.
I just wanted to add that what are obstacles for for companies to strive out of the universities. And one thing I believe here in Europe we are not talking too much is risk. And risk perspective is not very well understood from the point of view of universities. Universities in general are risk averse. And students tend to be also risk averse in a lot of cases. And that's a little difference between United States and Europe. And I would say that we need to talk much more about how do we deal with the risk. And nowadays, I would say that there are several risks. Usually we talk about risk as a financial risks, but there are compliance risks, which is becoming more and more an issue for the businesses in general. If they don't comply with the regulations, they are out of the business. So we are building this compliance system so well here in Europe that it's no wonder that we are lagging behind the United States, where the risk-taking attitude is much more appropriate, and the failure is accepted. And if we are not going to tackle the concept of risk in the education system and in our regulatory approaches, yeah, I would say that we as a whole European system are risking still continuing being behind the other places in the world.
Thank you. That's yeah, an interesting. Thank you very much. Very interesting reflections. So yeah, I can say that. I mean, from what we say, we are really interested in seeing an impact on the people that we work with. They are students. They are temporary students. They are staff and the ecosystem around us, organizations. So can we ensure and consolidate the impact? So through, if we look at 2030, through your projects, through our projects, through our all projects, we have achieved amazing numbers in terms of deliverables and KPIs, but we really want to make a step forward. How do we consolidate impact for the future? Fatima, would you like to start?
Okay, so this is the big question that we are all interested in, actually, how to measure the impact. This was one of our first questions to the review panels that we had with our project officers, because there are different elements of impact. Impact is like, it is a subjective thing at one point, and it should be tangible and measurable at other point. So we have big numbers. For us, for example, for our two projects, our big impact is the sustainability of the online school that we made, because the first year that we organized it, it was like struggling to get 150 attendees. Then the last one, it's the 5th year that we are organizing it, we had like more than 800 registered, and now we discovered one new target group, which didn't exist until this 5th school. And there was a lot of saying about entrepreneurship, and that is related. Company employees are usually not observed as the target group for startups or spin-offs. But last of our school, we didn't do statistics, so I don't have the numbers because exam and everything is still ongoing. But a significant part, maybe 20% of attendees was company employees, and to be precise, this school was attended by more than 30 countries all over the world. So it is like we built it something which we are very proud of. The thing that we had concluded that had the most impact from this online school is that we connected all the stakeholders. We connected business professional, like hard business professional. We had been lucky to have one of the business managers within the consortium who had worked at USA, especially with venture capitalists and so on, with raising money, etc. So it is very important to hear their view of things. So for us, impact, prolonged impact, would be to, for university innovation incubators or TT offices to employ, to engage such people that can transfer their experience, because they speak quite another language than academics. And if you ask academics, as many of here mentioned, some of them would be happy to be teachers until the end of their career and not do anything else. So for them, impact is not to change anything. So, I mean, how to do diverse stakeholders to be happy, because if we mention different stakeholders and the impact, we should provide all the stakeholders to be happy with something, and that is challenging, really challenging.
We always mention concentric circles. So I'm sure that those colleagues who have been involved in the AGI initiative projects anywhere in Europe have really confirmed their commitment to work on this line straight away. But the second circle within the institutions in which we are working is a little bit more difficult to speak about sustainable impact, but still there are chances, there are some nucleuses of good initiatives, good experiences, good events behind us. What I would like to emphasize as a great benefit, that we did it in a group of institutions. So the second circle, second broader circle is the interinstitutional network of projects. When I refer to the name of our consortium, Crossing Boundaries, I think the EIT crossed a lot of application-based goals, boundaries. For example, this kind of relation to the KICs, I think, also as an opportunity that for the future can increase the commitment and access to sources and network in the field of innovation and entrepreneurship. That's also very important that many of the consortium members, and sorry I go back to the micro level, but nobody mentioned the students. I'm afraid nobody mentioned students as partners within the projects. I think in many projects, students were raised to be co-creators of the entrepreneurial challenge, even in deep tech, and not only those who are startup representatives, but many students worked for the projects. They are really the guarantee for longer impact. And I would like to mention finally one boundary that we should cross regularly is the disciplinary boundary. That is one of the most critical enemies of higher education institutions. And the last is, or not least, but the geographical boundaries. So I think we should cooperate as much as possible in Europe, but please look beyond Europe as well, because there are so many great things to learn from them as well.
Thank you.
So impact is a very difficult question to answer because I think it also requires continuity. And I think here in the perspective from the projects, we talk about something lasting either 2 or 3 years. So I think we need a little bit more time to see really what is the long-term impact. But we do have early successes. And I think it's also interesting to look at them. And they have been through this initiative multi-level. I have the pleasure and privilege to work actually with 4 consortia under the Start for Future program. So we have quite a lot of universities that are involved and committed to, of course, going beyond the KPIs to see what is the long-term change that will happen at the institutional level. Also at the curriculum level, but at the institutional level. Also, what will be the change in the ecosystem? Will the knowledge triangle be more receptive to the, let's say, outputs coming out of the university from innovation and entrepreneurship, but also on the level of a collaboration and how we see this network. Yeah? In every sense, continuity is the key. So, because it will be very difficult to see what is really the impact of all of the talents that have been trained. We will have to see this maybe in 3-4 years. Where did they land? In which companies or startups and so on? But I think that even at this stage, after 3 years, I think we are very, very positive and about the successes. We would like to find maybe better means, and that's maybe a question or a request for collaboration. How do we create maybe more approachable tools to actually first and foremost measure the outputs, maybe introduce maybe some additional indicators of success, but also make it more accessible to other universities to maybe follow the same pathway. So it's a very big question. We are working on that now. Hopefully we'll have some solutions in a very short time.
My idea is that I strongly believe that everybody who works in university and students are impact driven. That's my really belief. University's job is to create programs and facilitate easy access to the program for those to support impact. Very simple. There are silos in their fields of study, but the programs have to be interdisciplinary and impact-driven. And if we have this system in the university where everybody can easily access the programs with an impact, I would say then the results will be much easier to obtain and easier to show. And the indicator I would use for that was how many interdisciplinary teams or people are involved in particular program, and consortiums in between the universities, to PPAs with businesses, again in the same program. And if you build this system in a university, it's like matrix organizational structure where you have field approaches and this impact programs as a cross-field system would generate quite good results. And I believe that every university have to work in this way. Thank you.
Leila, if you want to conclude.
Thank you. So I believe that we delivered a minimal viable product for the university to take on, and now it's the university's role to say, do we launch this lifelong learning course as the initial week of Erasmus students coming? We don't know what to do with them, so how do we launch this course or training skill? Are the students that are coming in from university all taking this course for the span of 5 days? Or how do we copy paste it and put it elsewhere? So I'm just, I was hoping that Gundars was going to talk about how he takes on a project that was delivered before his rectorship, and how is he going to continue it and abide it, because we have circumstances in which the rector changes, and although he was in favor of the foundation of the Maker Institute as a nonprofit and entrepreneurial institution coming out of the university, to be able to leverage some changes. And I hope that the new rectors find a way to keep sustaining these specific products. In our consortium, Detect, we try to make a one-stop shop innovation ecosystem, empowering a mentoring and training program, and empowering a technology transfer program, that each university had its own, let's say, highlight that it was sharing amongst people, and we were trying to, let's say, open up new Fab Labs or maker spaces in the other universities. Successfully in Ukraine, we have collaborated now with the Ukrainian Makerspace Association, so there's 7 different makerspaces that are taking the role of actually teaching the lifelong learning course as opposed to the university, and the university is there to accredit it or perhaps even embed it in its further curricula and program. So sometimes it's not looking so much as the impact also within the university, but also what the university has provided and allowed for other students to then be integrated within the university. So we looked for a little bit outside of the box solutions to tailor it to each of the institutions. But I think it's really important for the institution itself to work as an enterprise and say, okay, we double down and we put the budget on that. So Gundas, I hope that you do that for your
sure.
EIT project.
Okay, so I feel I have to stop this conversation here. Thank you very much for the reflection. It's really interesting. Thank you very much for taking the time, because it's really interesting that we are always on a rush, always not delivering. Now we finally come to the end. I mean, it's not the end because, you know, you have reporting to finalize. But let's say towards the end of the delivery, and we have found some time to stop, to meet, and to see each other all together, and it's always important. Some of these reflections and insights also came in the sense-making sessions that we have run, and you have been given a booklet at the entrance. It covers all the sense-making sessions that were hosted through the HACA initiative, and there are some of these elements, the students as stakeholders, how to work beyond the project or the end of the project, how to keep the good work going, and many others. So I really invite you to have a look at this, and then at the poster session there will be also a poster hosted from the Monitoring, Evaluation and Learning. That is the cover for the sense making, is the overall framework of the sense making, and this is just after lunch, so I'm going to conclusion. If you have any meeting planned via the B2Match platform, it's rooms 2, 3, and 4 upstairs that are quieter and reserved for these meetings. In parallel, there is the poster session, as I said, just after lunch, so from 2 onward. I mean, lunch is now, and then at 2 we can move upstairs for the posters. Okay, I'm just looking at Taylor. Thank you very much. Do you have any final remarks before we call the end of this session? Now we are standing between the lunch, the closure and the lunch, so it must be something very pressing.
Maybe very short before lunch. Barabási Albert László is a Hungarian network researcher, and he has a famous book about success. And he found on a strong mathematical basis that success is related mostly on network. So I haven't mentioned the value of this gathering here in this room, so please value it and try to keep going on with the ties that you established during this anyway, very short 1, 2, or 3 years time that we have behind us, depending on the cohorts. But I think relative to the time, the achievements are really great. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Pavlina, Fatima, yes?
Okay, if I can add, I have been in more than 25 projects, I mean, before these. But HAI initiative is unique. I mean, you are different from all other projects that I have been, and I have been in all major European projects. So you managed to gather a group of young, enthusiastic people who loves what they do. So this is like continuation of somebody, some of the speakers previously mentioned, you need expertise, but you need these holistic approaches. So for me, impact and happiness are very nearly related. So, I mean, it is very important that you have the group who is running the program and you see that they love doing that. So this is contagious. I mean, we were working from our first project officer. I don't know if I should mention his name, but Stefan was great. So many thanks to him. Because it was like we didn't know what to do, what to expect. But at the end, we make a very proud group of being the part of this community, and we really think that you developed something really great. Okay. And I hope it will continue.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Fatima. Thank you.
I try to make it very short. Fatima, I really love what you said, because I also think that you did introduce a precedent with EIT-HACA initiative, and that is to focus on the many and not the few, to really give the possibilities to many universities that are on their pathway to become entrepreneurial or to be more engaged with entrepreneurship to participate. And I hope that there will be interesting new disruptions that you will bring through the EIT Hey initiative. Not too much pressure on us, but something that we can deal with. And I think it's through this initiative also that we were able to build the Start for Future and to have so many amazing partners. Only 15 of them are today in the auditorium here. They are waving over there, but many more who actually are responsible for making Start for Future happen. So thank you to you and thank you to the partners.
Thank you.
Just before the lunch, I would say that there's so many good ideas here, and the only thing what we need is to institutionalize doing. We need to doing and doing it together. And that's what I really wish after this event, that we have, our network can do it together more than we alone. Thank you.
Yes, I will thank you by continuing to applying to further funding. So I will invest in that time in that. But I just want to encourage everybody to make more, to make in order to repair, so that you realize what is, how easy it is to repair things at home, to repair your own machinery, and to make your own machinery. If you don't know how to do so, check your Fab Labs, repair cafes, and put your universities in the Internet of Production Alliance, where you can really sell your services to the world as a core facility, but also be extremely sustainable, so we don't have to build thousands of core facilities around the world.
Thank you very much. So thank you very much to our speakers. Shall we go for lunch? Yes. Thank you very much for listening. And there will be time for further questions and conversations with them, of course, over the poster session. Thank you. Shall we take